Thank you so much.
He's trying to make simple problem complex.
Yeah, and what about it? 1, 2. You can sit on stage, you can be sitting, you can be up. The cameras are there, but I suggest you do
Just
like
look
if
that way.
this room was full.
Yeah, fair.
1, 2, 1, 2. Okay,
I should probably turn my phone off.
that's a good idea.
Just,
So my role is to introduce you, simply.
okay. Cool.
Okay. Welcome everyone to Hannover Messe Day 5. We are directly on the stage of La Chaise Bleue, and I would like to welcome here Chris Karaplis, and you will talk about making dumb factory smart again.
That's right. Yes, I will. Thank you.
I'll leave you the stage.
All right. Welcome, everybody, to this Day 5 presentation. So today, we're going to be speaking about reviving legacy infrastructure with 5G and IoT. On the agenda for today, over the next 15 to 20 minutes, we'll be talking about legacy infrastructure and what it is, what the current state of legacy infrastructure is, how 5G and IoT are transforming that operations and maintenance, and we'll talk about some roadblocks and some impediments to adoption and how we can solve those. But before we begin, I'll start with a short little story. So, about 5 years ago, maybe longer, I had a colleague. He was working for a big elevator manufacturer, and this elevator manufacturer, they had some insights. They decided to create connected services for their elevators and deploy it within their operations and service departments. They were looking for insights into why their elevators would fail and what kind of service calls they were getting and how long they would take to fix. You might think that a lot of these service calls were big, complex problems that took a lot of time and a lot of effort. But in fact, what they found was the majority of the service calls were rather mundane. The service technician would go onto site, he'd look at the elevator, hit a reset button, and then leave. And so with this new technology, they were able to obviously do that remotely and address the issue. Now, for this company that was implemented all this, they did all the development, they did all the work, but the money they saved, if you know the elevator industry, elevator trades are some of the highest paid trades. And so being able to implement this, even after their investment, they were able to obtain huge savings. And so that's what we're here to talk about today. How can we retrofit legacy infrastructure with simple connectivity and then be able to take advantage of that in our daily operations? A bit about myself. So I'm Chris Karaplis. I'm a proud father and fur father of two. I'm an engineer and lover of the Canadian Rocky Mountains. I'm also the founder and CEO of Simply Embedded. We're a technology company that does embedded systems development, and we focus on IoT, we focus on sensors and remote connectivity. I've been doing this for about 14 years, and I still love the technology part of it despite my current role. So, legacy infrastructure, where are we at? Let's start with what is legacy infrastructure? So for the purpose of this talk, I'll say legacy infrastructure is anything that you cannot access remotely. So any piece of equipment that has logs, that has diagnostics, that has data, that without physically walking up to that piece of equipment, plugging into it and talking to it over some protocol with a computer, can't get the data out of it. So what happens when we use this type of technology in our operations and something breaks down? Well, from the perspective of the service provider, you kind of have three issues that arise. So when the operator's equipment breaks down, they're going to be rather dissatisfied. They're going to have to pick up the phone, they're going to have to call the service provider. The service provider is going to have to send somebody over to site, and only then will they have any idea how long this is going to take to resolve. So you have a line down situation and you don't know how long it's going to take to get it back up. Then we have the wrench time, so we have the technician on site, they're replacing or repairing or whatever it is they have to do to bring the line back up. And then we have the cost of everything else and the time associated with that. So the back and forth trips, the fuel costs, the trucks, whatever it might be to actually get the technician and the parts on site. So if we implement connected services, what can we address here? Well, we can't really address the wrench time. That's fixed. It takes what it takes for somebody to fix the piece of equipment or replace it. But the customer dissatisfaction and the other extraneous costs and time, those we can address. So if we connect this piece of equipment, what can we do? So instead of having to call the service company, you can simply have the piece of equipment notify them that something's wrong, or ideally that something's about to go wrong even before it happens. And then the service technician can remotely diagnose the problem, maybe, and maybe they could even order parts if they can figure out what's going on with it in advance, without ever having to go on site. And then in the case of the elevator, ideally, maybe they could even address the issue without ever having to leave the office. The problem here is that 70% of companies don't have any visibility into their assets. And so they have no idea when they need upgrades, when they need maintenance, any of that. So what's the cost of operating like this? What's the cost of operating in a reactive model versus a proactive model, only fixing things when they break and having no data to make any decisions with? We have the obvious one, unexpected failures, which are obviously a lot more costly than planned and scheduled maintenance. So unplanned lines down. We have company reputation that suffers. And then we have the other kind of more tangential stuff, like missed opportunities for operational efficiency. So the missed opportunity for reducing costs, or the missed opportunity for increasing revenues with additional upsells. So, how are 5G and IoT transforming legacy infrastructure, or how can they? Legacy infrastructure, it's at a breaking point. If we look at the source of a lot of unplanned downtime and a lot of inefficiencies and unexpected costs, a lot of dissatisfaction, it's primarily caused by this, or at least can be addressed with some of these connectivity solutions. So how do we do that? We kind of broke it up into 4 levels of connectedness, we'll call it, where we could take a completely legacy system where we have no connectivity and bring it all the way up. So the first level would be, we have some equipment on site, probably collect some sort of data. All we need to do is take that existing data, get it to the cloud. Then we can run analytics, do reports, etc. Easy. Level 2, we add more sensors to get more telemetry that we wouldn't otherwise have. Add that data to the mix. Level 3, we can run those reports, we can run the analytics, we have all this data, it's available. Simply, we can create the reports and the alerts that we need, or even better, we could start running predictive maintenance algorithms with AI and ML in order to potentially find these things before they happen, or identify these issues before they happen. And then level 4 is going back to the elevator scenario, having this bidirectional communication, be able to address the issues remotely rather than only diagnose them. Fewer trips and better data, that's what we're going for here. Less truck rolls. So, why 5G? Who cares about 5G? We have Wi-Fi, we have Bluetooth, we have LoRa, we have LTE. Why do we need 5G? Well, a lot of times 5G, people think of 5G as just their cell phone, right? They just think of it as, I can make a call, I can stream videos, I can whatever, right? That's not 5G. That's a part of 5G. But 5G is actually a collection of specifications, and it's a whole bunch of new communications channels that open up depending on the use case. So if we look at low-power, battery-powered applications, we have LTE-M, Cat-M1, NB. Those are low-power solutions in the 5G specification. For ultra-remote remote diagnostics, we have NGen, i.e. non-terrestrial networks. So where there's no cellular connectivity, we use satellites instead. That's also part of the 5G spec. And then the one that maybe most of the people here are familiar with is the high-density, low-latency 5G. Private networks, DECT+, mesh networking, another example. So, we have all these awesome technologies. Why aren't people using them? Well, we've identified 3 roadblocks that we've kind of experienced working with them. First one is not really understanding the technology, not understanding how it can provide value, not speaking the same language as the industry, being technology providers, right? So we'll go in with our 5G jargon and talk to industry, and they may not understand how is this going to be useful for them, right? So we have to get better at speaking the same language. We have to get better at understanding the problems and really targeting our communications to those problems, and not just saying, yeah, we're going to come in, we're going to install sensors, we're going to collect a bunch of data, and solve all your problems. Because that's not the reality. And I think a lot of people are jaded by that kind of mentality, right? That kind of communication. We can solve all of your problems with IoT. Not true. Not going to happen. So we need to fix the way we communicate. The second issue or roadblock that we have seen is basically the risk, the risk mentality. Very low risk industries, very old school mentality. People have the tendency to think technology is going to replace them, that it's going to take away their jobs and all that kind of stuff. But it's not. Especially in this case, this sort of technology is actually just going to make people's lives easier. It's going to make their lives, their work more efficient, and it's going to make their lives better. Why? Because at the end of the day, this technology is not going to replace workers that are doing on-site technical work, right? They still need people to understand complex problems. We're still going to need people to diagnose issues. We're still going to need people to actually go on-site, do the repairs. That's not going to change. So it's really a matter of just communicating, once again, and education, training, and maybe a bit of upskilling. Maybe their day-to-day job is going to change. Maybe they're going to need to learn a bit of new technology. Maybe they're going to need to learn how this technology is helping them. But at the end of the day, we're still going to need those people to work with us. So just being able to communicate that as a benefit rather than a fear. And then finally, the most obvious one is the cost, right? A lot of companies will say, well, okay, how much do these sensors cost? How much does my connectivity cost? Well, that just acts as my margins. And you're like, okay, but how does it improve your ROI? And a lot of people won't see that, right? So we have to help with that. Because in fact, if you look at the numbers, the cost of doing nothing is actually higher. A sensor versus rolling a truck is not a comparison, right? Rolling a truck is going to be way more expensive. You have the truck itself, you have the person in the truck, you have the fuel. So being able to explain that kind of ROI is really important for us. Don't want to go? Okay, so conclusion, takeaways, fewer trips and better data, that's the goal. Reducing truck rolls, being able to do as much of the work remotely as possible without having to get a person onto site to address the issue. 5G and IoT, they're coming. They're not just upgrades. You know, if you go into some of the other halls, you'll see a lot of the new equipment already has all of this in it. So how do we get existing factories and existing infrastructure up to par? Retrofitting is often more cost effective for a lot of situations. It has an immediate impact and it has an immediate ROI. And you don't have to have training, you don't have to have line down situations necessarily. You can kind of bring it in parts. And that brings us to the 4 levels of connectedness that we mentioned earlier. You don't have to do everything at once, right? You have to start small. We have to attack specific problems and solve them for the companies that we're working with in order to be successful. And we have to have measurable KPIs from the beginning so that they can see the value in the technology that we're providing. And that's all I have today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, questions?
Great presentation, Chris. Thanks. I noticed you were talking about the education of the marketplace and all that. Is there one particular barrier? Is it like I've been dealing, and I'll talk to you about something on the side after about this, but is there one particular thing that stands out that sees the resistance to the adoption?
The
resistance to the adoption of the technology. Is there one particular overriding reason you hear from customers, potential customers, what's making them have cold feet?
The cost, for sure.
The cost.
Yeah, that would be the number one.
Is it spectrum-related costs?
Even the devices themselves. Like I think we've commercialized technology to the point where they'll sort of think, well, this should cost $10, and you're like, no, we're not buying this off of Amazon, right? Like this is industrial piece of equipment. It has to last. It has to work, right?
Let's talk right now after.
Yeah, sure.
Anyone else will have a question for Chris? I do have a question. So, in what type of industry do you see the most trend to adopt that kind of technology, that kind of shift?
It's actually all over the place. We've worked with waste management, like sanitation, different types of organizations like that. We've worked with data centers. They do some of this, even though they have their own monitoring inside data centers when they're multi-tenanted. They often, like the tenants themselves, don't have access to some of the data. It's really all over the spectrum.
And you did mention something about ROI, and I think we are all very sensitive to ROI. What would you say is the return? Is it within the year, within 2 years? Is there like a mean average that you can do?
I think that's probably industry specific, but I would say within a few years you would definitely see an ROI, right? I mean, a lot of these, if you look at waste management, for example, we've been looking in rural areas where they have to roll a truck for hundreds of kilometers just to go pick up the waste. If they don't need to, you're going to see that ROI right away. So, yeah.
Well, I wish you good luck in your endeavors and your technology, and thank you, everyone. Oh,
Thank you.
We do have another question.
You mentioned about the cost, right? Like you asked a question about the cost. So, and you talked about retrofitting existing equipment. So, when you retrofit or when we use 5G and IoT technologies, does everything have to be overhauled, like all existing systems that's already in a warehouse or a factory or a building, because that would drive up costs significantly? Or do you just kind of work with the existing equipment? Are we able to do that and just retrofit?
Yeah, that's exactly what it is, right? We don't want to cause more inefficiency or more deployment costs than necessary, right? It's got to be reduced as much as possible. So it really has to be plug and play as much as possible. And the good thing is a lot of the technologies that exist here, even the newer stuff, they're all running similar protocols, they're all running similar communications channels. So being able to have a solution that works with most of them is the way to go, right? That's making the deployment as easy as possible is going to be required in order to be successful. All good.
Well, thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
it's working.
I think we're up and running.
Right. Usually when they hear me, they put the slide on.
There we go.
Man. I feel like it's magic. These two guys in the box over there, such nice people. They've been with us for the whole week.
Can they hear us?
Thank you guys. SOS. So, all right, everyone. Hi, and welcome to our podcast, La Chaise Bleue. This is a podcast where La Chaise Bleue means you're sitting, Paul, on the chair for the digital transformation for usually manufacturer services, but mainly for manufacturing. That's what we do. And we really believe that IT is not only a tool, it should be a function in the company. So you're sitting in a chair of that function right now. So really nice to meet you. My name is Nick.
You as well.
We didn't have the time to chat before, but so first thing first, Paul, without going into your company or the slides, I want to get to know you. Give me a little bit about your background and where you come from.
Sure. So I have 30 plus years background in the telecom industry, working for large mobile operators and things like that. I also have a background in corporate investment. I worked for Cisco Systems at San Jose, investing in Canada, by the way, in IoT companies. So I've got a strong background in that. And I've spent a lot of time working with manufacturers, trying to help them become more adaptive, more productive. I hate to say I've probably been in every automotive plant in North America trudging through some of those facilities. And so it's pretty amazing what happens inside manufacturing. It's a great industry, and I've spent a long time working on it.
Absolutely. 30 years, you pick up some experience out of that and insight. Definitely. And so on. And Paul, the company name is Hero.
So we operate as Wired.
Okay.
But
this is a product.
We just launched this product at this show this week called Cairo. So we wanted to really highlight what we're doing with this platform here. So, but Wired is a company.
Okay. Tell me about that before the product in itself.
For sure.
What's the mission of Wired?
So Wired's mission is to help industrial companies and manufacturing companies make that transition into digital.
In which field of area, because it is so wide?
So we specifically work on mobile communications, 5G, 4G as it's needed. And my most recent background and with my co-founder Sean, we deployed some of the largest private 5G networks across huge mine sites, shipping terminals.
Okay, these are private networks.
Big industrial plants. These are 100% private cellular networks, and we saw that digital transformation happening. So we thought to ourselves, what can we do to help more companies? It's hard. Those big companies know how to make the business case, but there's so many more companies that don't know how to make that business case. So Wired does two things. One is we help companies through our advisory services understand how they can find the money, the funding to go make that digital transformation.
Okay, you do that as well.
So we do that for any industry. And then the Cairo product came about because when we were working on these really massive installations, it was a lot of fun. My partner and I, we're both certified actually to work in underground mining.
Yeah. Oh, really?
Most of our pictures, we're in hard hats and
that's cool.
Safety
with
equipment,
metal cap shoes,
the whole 9 yards. Right? We're not normally wearing nice suits, but there was a gap. A lot of those customers were asking us, "Hey, we don't need something permanent. We need something temporary." Where we're all in Canada.
So the investment doesn't have to be the same there. Not permanent installation, and
it needed to be something like this.
That's why I see these wheels here, I guess.
That's why it needed to be something that maybe you could hook to a helicopter and drop it in. It needed to be something, I only need it because we're building or repairing a bridge, but there's no communications. Like there's only, in Canada, we live in 5% of the land down at the bottom, right?
It's all across the border, right?
Most people don't know what it's like. And if you're building a bridge, you're doing highway construction, forestry, you're doing geological surveys, you worry about things like bears. And
Absolutely.
you worry about if you get injured and you need to communicate, that there's no way to communicate back that you need help.
No, it's for the well-being of the individual there, their safety, and they can enjoy. Can with this kind of technology, a person have a FaceTime with the kids and wife when they are way
All of
up
that.
north?
So one of the use cases is, there's lots of fires around the world now, forest fires, unfortunately, and this wouldn't be used for the first, the people fighting the fire actively in there, but when they come back to base camp, there's sometimes 200 people at base camp. They're very, very large. Wi-Fi just doesn't do it.
Doesn't work.
Doesn't go far enough.
Yeah.
Putting
I
a
want to
cellular
text my
connection
kid.
in.
I'd like to have the chance to speak with them and see their reaction.
That's where this comes in, and maybe you want to put some sensors out there at the same time, so you can detect the fire, you can detect humidity, you can detect all the things going on in the environment.
Remote area stay connected for safety purposes and monitoring.
It fits all of those use cases. Very narrowly, though, for someone who needs it short term. So, hey, think about renting a car, right? I need this for a month.
I did that this week.
I don't want to build the car myself.
I don't want to have to pay for the whole car. I don't have 90 grand to spend for a week and own a new car in Germany.
Right. So you could order a Cairo unit, and we would have it delivered. And it's something we can do globally. Actually, unfortunately, we can't sell this in Canada because there is no spectrum available, but we can do this in Germany, we can do this in South America, we can do this in Australia, the UK, across Europe. We've had great activity here at this particular event, and we hope Canada will listen to this podcast and go,
and eventually,
why can't we do this in Canada?
Because in Canada, we're going for mining big time. We will have project for hydroelectricity. We have a huge plan, especially for Montreal, and especially in Quebec. We have a huge plan for investment up north.
Our most remote project Sean and I worked on was Inukjuak, you might be familiar with.
Where?
It's in Inukjuak. It's very close to James Bay.
Yes,
or Hudson's Bay, actually.
Yep.
It's on James Bay. It's
That's
very
far
remote,
away.
northern Quebec. This equipment had to be delivered by ship because it can't fit on an aircraft.
How big is this? I was wondering, talk to me a little bit about the hardware side.
So when you pack it all up, it's maybe as tall as you standing because it's mostly batteries inside the unit there. And then you've got the solar panels to charge the batteries, and then the cellular equipment is actually quite small. There's not much equipment to do there. And the antenna, it packs down to something short.
That ain't the proper proportion between the body and the antenna.
Yeah.
It is.
It's not exact, of course. I mean, this is a marketing. You don't want it to go off the end of the PowerPoint.
Exactly.
So you got to shrink it down a little bit.
Wow.
But the mast would be 9 meters.
Okay.
At maximum height. So it's not like a public cell tower. It's not meant to be.
But still, 9 meters is something.
It's enough.
Let me ask you, Paul. How does your company differentiate towards other company that may offer solution for remote connection? Like I was in Kuujjuaq up north last winter just to do snowmobile. I have a cousin living there. He's a teacher. And after I arrived, he showed me his internet connection. I was like, wow, man, it was high speed. He was just gaming, but Kuujjuaq is really, really up north there.
It is. They got lots of fiber there, though. They're very lucky.
It was, but it was in the main village. But as soon as you go out of the main village, nothing. I was skidoing. I was losing connection just after 15 minutes. Deep in the snow, there was no trail. We were lost in the. He knew where we were, but I felt lost a little bit for the first time there. I would have been happy to stay connected, but getting back to my question, how does your company differentiate towards other products?
So two ways. On the technology, we've been very, very careful to make sure that we're using the smallest, lightest weight products that we can that don't need a lot of energy.
Sure.
That's difficult to do. Like the products that are made for the big mobile operators, that can be hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars, and needs lots of energy. So we've had to work to really shrink it down. That's what we do on the technology side. And I think probably the most unique part is that on the commercial side, it's a rental model with dealers. So think of U-Haul, you rent a trailer.
Yep.
We are setting up a dealer network where these units are stored.
Oh, cool.
They will come in and order a Cairo unit off our company's website, but it will be delivered by a dealer who has it parked locally much closer to where the customer is going to need it.
I really like that's a really good differentiator. I like that, Paul, because you don't need to buy these units, have them store for a couple of months, then use it whenever needed. Just we need to change our consumption of product. So renting it instead of selling the unit was
using a dealer network, so that
it is a very good idea with the dealer.
Very quickly scale. I can't possibly drop these things off from where I live all across the world. It will be that model where the dealer will get, of course, be part of the revenue stream, and they get funded to go do the work that they do.
Absolutely.
And they can build a whole business around it, and something that's complementary.
Do you have some dealers working already, or?
We have our first dealer set up
Where?
In Northern Ontario, Thunder Bay.
Cool.
To start there, it's Turnkey Communications. I'm happy to talk about them. They're one of our first clients on our advisory side. We've done some work for them, and we talked to them about this product, said, hey, they do a lot of work in mining. They do a lot of fiber optic builds in the remote north, and they don't have communications. And so we're planning on doing the next generation of our build out. So we have the MVP of our product now in my home in Barrie, Ontario.
That's great. Good for you, man.
We're getting ready to scale up very, very quickly starting this summer.
Do you know the company Exfo?
Yes.
Okay. His founder, Germain Lamonde. I had the pleasure and the chance to speak with Germain on the podcast like that. And I didn't know Exfo before, and it's a major company in the optic and the fiber optic cable and many, many applications. Germain told me one thing which I really like was innovation can be measured through market share. If you don't have some market share, you had no innovation. It was only an idea, you work on something. So my Germain Lamonde question for you is, what are your current market share with this product?
Oh, we're just getting started. So the market share is, I'll say, zero.
Zero, almost there, because you're launching product.
But we are creating this market. There's nothing that we've seen in the market that exists like, you'll find this technology in various platforms, and there's lots of good use cases for the companies that are out there doing that. You won't find anybody that's built it like the equipment rental model.
Yep.
And setting up that dealer network. And making it much simpler, taking away the problem for that dealer that doesn't know how to do this. Our expertise is that, but we're business people, right? We know the technology, of course. The technology is important. Innovation's important. I mean, I would measure innovation not only by market share, but I'd say, how many times have you failed? How many times have you had to reiterate? Because innovation's hard.
It is, and it's a long process.
And you're pushing the edge of the boundaries.
You need to be a passionate individual, truly believe in what you do, and bring some value to your end customer to really be on the market. So, and one last question.
Sure.
We're talking about innovation. Congrats launching that product. If we had the chance to invite anybody else in the world to do the podcast, because I asked you two person, they didn't want to jump with us on the podcast. So if you had the chance to sit down with one person, we make him or her appear right now on that chair. Who would that be?
Wow. You mean like a group podcast we're bringing? There's.
It could be anybody in the world. It could be your favorite hockey player. It could be, anybody that inspires you. You're an individual with passion and energy.
I give you one person, and this person would be absolutely ecstatic if they could be here, and that would be my father.
Oh, wow. Great.
I would put him right there, and he would be so proud. And he loves the technology as well. He'd want to know everything about it, and he'd want to know everything about every other company on the show floor. So that's absolutely who it would be.
That's great. What would be the one question you'd like to ask him if he was with us right now?
Oh my God, how did you put up with me? As a parent.
Absolutely.
I understand.
Berkeley did good because we need entrepreneur. We need passionate individual to create company, to create more value. And you're helping with safety and well-being up north. So
My father never stood still. Never stood still. He always said he had itchy feet, right? Had to keep moving, and he handed that down to me.
it's just move your skate, move your skate. You
Just
move your
keep
skate.
going, and so he's like that to this day. He's 90 years old now, and still my
Great.
number one inspiration.
Good for him and good for you as well.
Yeah, which means I'm a little bit older than I look.
And I have one last question
Sure.
for you, Paul, and that's my Inspector Police question. What I don't know already that I should know of about your company? Which question that I should have asked you, but I did not yet? Is there anything else I should be aware of? I'm trying to build a case here. I need all the angles to make up my mind around that.
I'm thinking, you know, where. What's the question? Where do you need dealers next? Or,
Right?
you know,
So,
where?
Paul, I have a good question. Where do you need dealer next?
And it is a good question. If you had asked me a month ago,
Yep.
I might have said the United States. But I will not say the United States right now. I would say probably South America is where
South America.
is where I would need the next dealer network. Canada, we're fine. I'm obviously Canadian. I know companies coast to coast.
Yep.
But probably down in
South America.
Chile, Argentina, Brazil. Those are the markets that I probably.
Colombia is booming too, man. Like,
You know, I don't have the expertise to go down there, so those are probably good countries for me to find partners in.
absolutely, absolutely. And Paul, I have one last question. I don't want to let you go. I like speaking with you. Yesterday there was an initiative launched in all across Canada, and it's the Center for the Valuation of the Data in Manufacture. So it's a nonprofit.
Was the AI announcement? Was it that one?
Yeah, just it's related a little bit because it's a meshing system using AI
Right.
to do a meshing of the needs of some company and what the other can afford. So what I mean is like if I have my company, I'll give the example with you. I would buy maybe 15 of your product. I could put them on this system saying, hey, I have these assets. I don't use them. If anybody would like to rent to me without being an official dealer, if I buy these, I can lend it to someone else
Yep.
or do whatever I want with it. But it's a meshing system. So let's say I have a metal shop factory. I have 9 CNC machinery, but I don't use them for the next 2 months. They are there just as a backup.
Right.
And my neighbor, he needs it. So instead of him buying new machinery, consume energy, I can just offer it on the platform, and anybody can contact me and rent some
hey.
hours.
Let me send you a file. Can you
Yeah,
cut some parts for me?
exactly, because I think we need to reroute our supply chain to see who the partner could be, and we need to be more united
Yeah,
within
I like
the
that
country.
concept. It's great.
So
It's the gig economy of manufacturing.
it is, it is, and I call that social manufacturing.
Yeah.
Because I was speaking with some manufacturer, and I was like, man, the digital culture in the business is far, far, far away. You know, you jump in your car, first thing you do, you open Waze, Google Map, you want to chat with your friends, you got these platforms, Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, whatever you're using, but you go back in the factory and you're back to old school email. You're back to the rabbit effect of the Excel sheet,
Yep.
multiplying each other. So we need this concept of social manufacturing. And there's a new platform under a nonprofit available in Canada. It's called the CVDM. And the CVDM question is, who would be the one Canadian company you would like to match with? that you think you can collaborate with each other? Because I believe we need to be more open-minded, share information, collaborate so we can be stronger together. Is there any company in Canada you would like to meet with?
I can think of many. I don't know exactly
to
which
choose
ones would
one.
be the right fit.
Just for a talk.
I'll tell you what I'm thinking of. Like Finning or
Which one, sorry?
Finning. Finning is the largest Caterpillar, the Caterpillar dealer in Western Canada, for example. They are sending out lots of massive machinery that needs to be monitored. So someone like a Finning, Cat has rental.
Caterpillar?
Caterpillar has, I forget what they call it, but they actually have an equipment rental business in
Could be a kind
the
of an add-on to what
the
they
eastern
do.
side of Canada. So maybe that would be somebody we'd want to talk to. United Rental. I can think of a bunch of companies in there that would be more in that rental space.
So hopefully they will listen to us, Paul.
I'm open for business. Any of those companies that heard me.
And get in contact with you. Hey, Paul, thank you very much.
I really appreciate it.
My pleasure, sir. Have a good show.
You too.
1, 2 testing. Oh, it's working good.
Test, test.
And I want to make sure. Without you saying it, I could have, threw up. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the podcast La Chaise Bleue, the podcast dedicated to the leader of the business transformation at the digital age. We have the pleasure to have with us Feroz from Star Solution. He will showcase us as a company solution. So thank you very much to be here, sir, and just can't wait to hear about that.
Thank you for the introduction. Hello, guys. So I'm here to talk about Star Solutions and some of the projects we've done in the past. What we do is we build cellular networks. So everything from 2G to 5G, generally working with mobile network operators, but over the past decades, private networks have taken off. So we've been doing a lot of those at the moment. We have over 1,000 private networks deployed so far. So just to give you a bit of a background. Oh, there we go. So 3 markets that we target would be rural cellular and broadband, private mobile networks, and rapid deployables. So for our rural broadband, we work with mobile network operators. We're deployed in over 30 countries, including Canada and USA. Most rural communities in Canada are covered by our equipment, our core and RAN. But also around the world, like Papua New Guinea, Rwanda, India, Falkland Islands, Kenya, and so on and so forth. Right. For internet service providers, these are some of the fixed wireless companies that we work with. Most of these are in North America, but also in Asia and Africa as well. Private mobile networks, why we're here. These are some of the industries we've deployed in so far, so including mining, farms, prison, forestry, maritime. I'll talk about the use cases and talk more about our deployments in the next couple of slides. And lastly, rapid deployables. So we've deployed with, for example, when the US military was in Afghanistan, we were covering the Kandahar base. We also supply to the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, US Department of Homeland Security, a few disaster management organizations such as FEMA, SEDEMA, right? As well as the wildfire guys in Canada and US. So, private mobile networks. So this is, a lot of the enterprises are adopting private 4G, 5G for, just so they could get real-time data-driven decision making. Some of the use cases is what I'm here to talk about. So one of the industries that we're doing really well in is maritime. So one of the use cases is they have these reefer containers which have cellular modems in them. And they need to be able to control the gases inside as well as the temperature to make the stock inside last as long as possible, depending on where it is in terms of transport, right? So while it's on land, there's no issues because you could get connectivity using one of the mobile network operators that's already on land. The issue is when we get onto the sea, which is 90% of the journey. There is no connectivity. So what we do is we set up a cellular network, so whether that's 4G, 5G, on the vessel itself, so all the reefers, all the containers could connect to that and transmit the data and get it to wherever it needs to go. To get out of the vessel, we use the satellite that's already on the vessel to transmit the network out to the end customer or the head office, wherever it needs to go. We package it very quick, very nicely and cleanly, so the ship crew can install it themselves. We don't need to be there. It generally takes them half a day, but with private networks, we find that you always need to do something special, something tailored to their industry, something that they need. So for maritime, it was geofencing, because you're not allowed to transmit close to land because you may interfere with the mobile network operators. So we add geofencing to the units. So as soon as it comes close to land, within, I believe, 12 nautical miles, it turns off automatically so it does not interfere with the land networks, as well as a few other additional layers of securities on top of the 3GPP standard that we have in cellular. So we have over 700 ships deployed so far. We're hoping for, not hoping, we are going to be having another 300 over the next couple of months. So 1,000 ships in the next couple of months. Mining is another one. So we have over 20 mines deployed, including open pit as well as underground. a lot of the time not just covering the mining operation, but also the haul roads that connect the facilities or from the mining facility to the shipping port, right? That varies from a few kilometers to hundreds of kilometers. The reason they want a 5G coverage for the haul road and for the facility is because now to move to an Industry 4.0, they're implementing a lot of IoT devices as well as remote tractor control, right? And for all of these operations, you need a wireless network, right? And Wi-Fi can't do the job. You're going to end up needing thousands of access points. So that's why 5G is great. It gives you that low latency, gives you that high speed, and that real-time connection data, so you can make those decisions on the go. We're doing a lot on the prison side as well. This is not to provide coverage, but to block coverage. So prisons are able to smuggle in mobile phones. So we set up a cellular network which captures all these devices. And then it's up to the prison staff to let the device call out or not. So most prisons would have a whitelist of all the staff devices, right? So those would be allowed to call out, whereas everyone else would get blocked. We have over 50 prisons deployed across Australia, Canada, as well as UK. Farming is another industry we're doing quite well in. They have some great technology such as autonomous tractors now. They do using robots for pest controls, as well as IoTs for inventories and tracking and whatnot. We don't do any of these fun stuff. What we do is provide the connectivity so all of these technologies can work together. So this is an example of one of our deployments in Canada. The customer put in the tower as well as the solar panels. And with a configuration like this, you're looking at something like 7 to 10 kilometer coverage. So it covers the whole commercial farm so they can, take advantage of Industry 4.0. Similar sort of deployment on the forestry side. Before we came in, they used to have a trailer with just a satellite link. So every time they had to communicate back to the office, they would go to the trailer, transmit the data, or if there was an emergency, they would have to go to the trailer to communicate that to the emergency services, which, as you know, is not ideal in an emergency situation. So what we did is we added the cellular network on the trailer itself. So depending on where they put it, it gave them from up to like 7 kilometer coverage. So it wasn't just covering one logging operation, it was covering multiple logging operation. I'll go to that. We're now starting to do a lot of shipping ports as well. So one of the use cases for shipping ports is to have these shipping cranes, which they want to control remotely now. And these cranes move around, of course, right? So it can't be wired. But not just that, they also need low latency because they're being remotely controlled, as well as very high data throughput. So for example, one of these shipping cranes would use something like 200 megabytes upload. So something like that you can't do over Wi-Fi. So you'd need something like 5G that gives you that low latency and mobility at the same time. As well as smart grids now, so they have all of these IoT devices. They want to know how their energy infrastructure is doing. So we've deployed 4G, 5G cellular networks all the way from where the power is generated, such as nuclear power plant, hydroelectric, which we have a lot of in BC, right? Going all the way to the substations as well as the transmission lines. So they're utilizing technology such as IoTs as well as drones for inspections and whatnot. And for that, they need a wireless network that is capable, that is reliable and capable to enable all of these technologies. So we've been around for 25 years, right? So we've been from the 1G era. We do everything from 2G to 5G, but I'll only talk about the 4G and 5G. It just gets a bit techy, so I'll fast forward through it. So we have all the 4G components we can set on all major servers, as well as supporting all virtualization environment, as well as the cloud, if that is needed. But in private networks, we find they like the network to be on site instead of on the cloud. One of our USP is that we're very scalable, and that's what differentiates us from the big five. The big five, I mean, as in Nokia, Ericsson, Huawei, ZTE, and Samsung, right? They build cellular networks for huge MNOs with multi-million subscribers, whereas we've always targeted the rural area, so our sweet spot is from a few hundred to about 100, 200,000, which is perfect for private networks. So when it came around, we were in a good position to capitalize on this market. So we can start out with a 1U server, which supports from 5,000 to 7,000 users simultaneously, and then keep adding servers as the network grows. For private networks and lab environments, we came up with a mini core, which just a small one there, that covers anything up to 500 users. So we can scale all the way down to 500, which is nothing when you think about cellular. It's designed to host millions of subscribers, right? So we have support high availability, so all components can be active standby. Similar sort of ethos on the 5G side as well, so all servers are supported, major servers, as well as virtualization environment. Again, that scalability is offered on the 5G side as well as the mini core. The rack solution that you see on the right, that would host something like 30,000 simultaneous users. But that's redundant, so half the servers are active, the other half are waiting to take over. Again, we offer high availability, so all components can be active, or active standby, but also N+ configuration. We have our own network management software, which the customers can use to see how the network is doing, monitor faults, do some basic configurations if they need to do, if they have the skill set to do so. Otherwise, we're there for support, right? So now getting into the RAN side, which are the base stations. These are the sites that are, so this won't be the server, this is what transmits the signal. So this is one of our configuration. We have various different configuration, but I'll only just go through these two. So it's a 2x2 MIMO, transmitting power is 20 watts. Pretty much all frequencies are covered. Similar sort of unit on the 5G side as well. So going all the way from, the only difference being it covers up to that 5G band of 100 megahertz. So we can go all the way up to 100 megahertz. I wanted to show you those two because we have a special product called the All-in-One. Basically what that is a network in a box. From that one box, you have a full-fledged cellular network inside. So that's available in everything 2G to 5G. Essentially what it is you start out with the base station, you add the mini core inside, and then there you go. That's your full-on cellular network there. But also, we can also add voice over LTE or voice over 5G without the need of an IMS, which generally costs millions of pounds for mobile network operator, but we can do it. We can enable voice calls without having that. So now our customers can use native dialer to call out of the network. These units are very easy to use. Once you connect the antenna and the power, within 3 minutes, you have your own cellular network up and running. So once it's up and running, all the devices can call within each other, as well as transmit data within each other. It gets more fun once you connect it to the internet, of course, right? So once connected to the internet, all the devices can now call out of the network. Not only that, but they can also go online or within the internal system, depending on how you configure it. So these units are very versatile, very, just to demonstrate it to our customers, we push it alongside something like a Starlink, just to show that even with the latency of a satellite connection, the voice calls and the data speeds still hold up, and you still have that low latency and high data throughput, as well as reliability there. Now, the MAN pack is more for militaries and public safety, but it's very similar to the All-in-One. The only difference being that the power goes down to 5 to 10 watts, just because it's a small form factor with a battery pack. So it gets quite hot. But again, similar sort of functionalities to the All-in-One. We also do special requests. So this was a trailer that we made for the mobile network operator in Canada, TELUS. They wanted our All-in-One paired with a trailer, something they could push out for when their infrastructure gets damaged during wildfires to provide connectivity for their customers, but also for the firefighters. They were very happy when this was delivered. Before this was delivered, they were Their existing one used to cost them 50,000 to move from one place to the other. So head over heels when we deliver this, saved them a lot of money. This particular unit was actually following the Pope around when they came to Canada, when he came to Canada, I'm sorry, for emergency communication. So that was pretty cool to see as well. Lastly, we also do eSIM provisioning. So those who are familiar with eSIMs, you would know already that it's very expensive, not very viable for private network. It costs 200,000 to open an account. It costs another 200,000 to maintain that account. Now, in a lot of cases, this is how much a private network itself costs, maybe even cheaper than that. So rapid deployable on private networks, that's not something they could do. So what we did is we went about and thought, okay, could we become an SMDP Plus ourselves and get accredited by GSMA? So we're very proud to say we're accredited by GSMA. We're the only company in Canada that's accredited to host eSIMs. So for our private network customers now, they can use eSIMs for the networks, as well as rapid deployables. So instead of putting in physical SIM cards, you can now scan QR codes or email them a link before they come to your site, so they're already provisioned and ready to go, and they can use your network once they arrive on site. We went one step further. So this was with our work with rapid deployables. So they had a few legacy devices which they wanted to use eSIMs with. But so what we did, we came up with the EUIC SIM card down there. So essentially what you do is you take your SIM card out, you put our EUICC chipset inside, and then the software that manages the eSIMs, we've developed that, and that's available on Google Store or Apple Store. And once you download that now, your phone that was not able to support eSIMs can now support eSIMs. So you can have up to 6 or 8 eSIM profiles and be on multiple networks at once. Just to show you the type of companies we are. We develop technologies as and when the customers need it. So historically, like I said, we've been around for 25 years, always worked with mobile network operators. We've always just had to provide the software and the hardware, and the mobile network operators would take care of the rest, like they had the expertise. But now, over the decade, with our work with private networks as well as rapid deployables, now we have a full network offering. So instead of just providing the software and the hardware, we can do RF engineering, design, network engineering, training, technical support, installation, and project management as required. That's it for the presentation, guys. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And it seems to me like a very good one-stop shop for connectivity. I really appreciate the fact that you develop custom solution for the end customer. You have your own product. Good presentation. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Hola, hola, hola. Thank you. done with me? Okay, perfect.
I did not get your name.
Fernando.
Fernando from Bill 2. Give me a part. It will be much easier.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Uno, dos.
Virtual route. Mutual where? Yeah. Okay, it's not written anywhere. Mutual where is anywhere on that? Virtual where? Perfect. All right, welcome everyone. We're now live at the Hannover Messe 2025, where Canada is the partner country. I have the pleasure here to have Fernando from Virtualware with me. So, Fernando, please give us some insight about your company, Virtualware. What are you guys doing as a value creator for your end customer?
Thank you very much, Nicolas. First of all, thank you very much to NGen. This has been an amazing event, and we are very happy collaborating. So my name is Fernando Blasco. I'm the Director of Sales of Virtualware. That's a Spanish-based company, but I represent the Canadian division. And we produce 3D-driven enterprise software, so kind of XR technologies for automation, robotics, and manufacturing. We are very much into the German market, European market, and now North America is our next level. So we opened a division in Canada at McMaster University with a simulation lab in 2023. Second one in the US, and now we are just going through the whole North America. In Europe, we have in Spain, Sweden. We just have another office in Sweden. We are looking to open up in Germany as well.
Great. And, can you explain me a little bit, Fernando, who's your typical customer?
Yes. So we do different things. I want to go to the easiest one. One of the areas that we are actually global leaders is simulation training, right? So we create a digital twin. We create a situation that probably an HR manager, they need to train. Like for instance, in nuclear, we have a GE Vernova, and they decided to take our technology, our platform, to create a specific virtual training seminars for all their nuclear operators. That's happened for 7 years, and this is a top company. So we are looking at Magna. That's actually in many countries. So they are using as well our emulation software to train specific operators inside the test validation areas of their automation plants. For rail and transit, ADIF, that's in Spain, and now in Canada, Metrolinx, as you know. They actually came to us as well to work together because they have a major project that they have probably 10,000 people. They want to really train all the operators that they are doing the tracks. So the track division with the supervisors, the managers, everybody else, they will have to go through this virtual training. In other words, we create specific simulation situations with our VR potential, and then go with either headsets or collaboration or remote. That's the possibility with our structure to get the training. And so we have many other companies at that level, whether it's rail and transit, nuclear, automotive, manufacturing, and we are really getting very much branded now as one of the top platforms, Unity platforms, where you can actually create, manage, and deliver all your models, training models. So HR managers are one of the areas. I'm actually an human resource manager in the past, so it's something I have really devotion. I talk a lot with people that they are still using the old methodologies, like going to e-learning or LMS and all that, and I tell them, listen, part of the people today, they want some innovation. There's a lot of statistics now that when you do virtual reality training, it's just experiential training because you are just there into that universe. You can repeat things in a safe environment. There is no risk at all. So many trainers, they really love that because they can go and say, okay, try that. Don't worry, you made a mistake. Try again. That's very easy. health and safety is big time. Health and safety, as I said, Metrolinx, yes, exactly for that reason, Metrolinx. Nuclear for Metrolinx. So heavy industries that they have these issues as well. The HR directors, organization managers, they are looking for new ways to educate people that will be much more faster. They increase the retention by 50% and branding. So there's a lot of benefits, not only retention by the people, branding as well, memory. So this is something
Safety as well, I guess.
Yes.
Of course.
Of course, yeah. And so the XR technologies for training are coming very, I think by the next 5 years, 60% of the companies, medium-sized, tier 1, they're going to use XR technologies or immersive learning.
Tell me, last question I have is, what about the adoption of these kind of technology? Are the people really willing? And I mean not your top customer. I mean the actual user. How are they reacting to put these goggles? Do you see this trend increasing, and the adoption is much easier than it was before? Because we were seeing headset like a couple of years ago, where it was not much applicated into the industry. It was more of a trend for gaming, for some part of the population, but people don't want to work, I believe, with a computer stats on their head for the whole day. So maybe give us a bit of the experience about the adoption of your technology.
Yes, so that's a very good question. Let's start from the adoption on the companies first, and then we'll go to the individuals. Yeah. Obviously, from the leadership, from the HR, there are different levels, something that we obviously are training. We have the beginners, people, they are like HRs or leaders or CTOs. They are looking at this, studying, they want to know the cost and the reactions, everything else. Then you have the adopters, the early adopters. They are probably a segment that probably already tested. They know the quality, all the KPIs coming back. They are very interested. They are ramping up with new technologies. And then you have the big ones, right? You go to aerospace, for instance, the pilots. They have been trained, for decades into this thing, right? So they have all this technology. You sit down there, you see how to land the gears, and they have to go through the simulation because it's impossible to do that really. So the space. So this has been really at the top performance. Now on the individual question for you, that's very interesting. We don't expect you to be all day with the headsets. That's number one. But number two, today you can actually look at the same influence and the same way from a laptop. That's what our platform is doing. So while you have on-site in the simulation lab, people with the headsets doing things, your trainers, your other students in other countries with their laptops, they can see exactly the same avatar, the same situation, and the complex and the same ecosystem that you are looking to. It's reflected in the screen, right? So that's the thing. So you reflect that, and then with your keywords, actually, you can manipulate and do the same situations. Not everybody is for headsets. We have such situations sometimes, but it will depend. For instance, the nuclear, the Ibernova that we have, they put it 2 hours maximum. On that level. So that was a good question from you. Yeah, it's something new, right? And some people, they like to be, because your brain actually, I don't know if you try it, when you put the headsets,
I did once.
Right. And
this is why I was asking.
It start to really elaborate scenarios, right? Yeah. And thinking, and then that's the good part, because 100% of your attention at that point is just there. You see where I am now, right? It's an ecosystem, it's in metaverse. I'm not in the reality. There's the other thing as well, is augmented reality. They actually have 2 areas as well where you can actually have special headsets where you can see the reality on the left and the metaverse on the right. So you always know where you are, for instance, now, and I see now the factory on the right side. So they're starting to really creative.
It is really creative. And last question, I'll stop with this one. I promise, Fernando. I love technology, so it's easy to go through many questions with you, Fernando. And that's my police inspector question. What I don't know already that I should be aware of? Is there any question I did not ask you that I should have?
Well, I mean, it's a universe. The evolution is continuously. Not only you, even me, right? Now we have AI and XR starting to unite forces as well. We have the IoT, all the devices now as well. The new headsets now, they are coming stand-alone headsets, because the headsets that they're actually now with this, HTC or that, they are connected with the Wi-Fi, right? Or local or central or national Wi-Fi. Now they are starting to be the stand-alone headsets that everything is already built into the headset. You just go, the mechanic to the plant, you switch on and you can see it. So things are coming. Then AI is going to be involved too. So there are newer specific AI chatbots, is AI, areas as well. They could be improved inside on the way that they're coming back from scenarios that we're still, you and me, we still don't know. So that's the thing. No, this technology every year is so innovative.
It's evolving quite
It's evolving,
fast.
yeah,
And I
everything.
think just last week or 2 weeks ago, Apple just released a new headset, and the
Exactly.
possibilities for the augmented reality are just
Yes.
amazing in terms of either training or safety purposes. So, Fernando, I wish you have a very good rest of the show. I hope you enjoyed here at Hannover, at where the Canada was the partner country. So it was very nice to see you.
Thank you, Nicolas. It was a big pleasure. Thank you very much.
Same for me.
Goodbye.
c'est aussi simple que ça. Hello, hello.
Hello, hello.
On est prêt, on est parti.
Super.
Bonjour tout le monde, bienvenue au podcast de la Chaise Bleue, le podcast qui s'adresse aux leaders de la transformation des entreprises à l'ère du numérique. On fait le dernier podcast aujourd'hui pour la semaine qu'on a eue incroyable au Hannover Mess. Et quoi de mieux que de finir un podcast canadien avec nos cousins français qui sont juste en face de nous. Christophe, Olivier de Human Forge, c'est un plaisir de t'avoir rencontré, que tu viennes faire un podcast avec moi. Donc, merci de passer avec nous. Puis, j'aimerais ça, Christophe, avant de débuter dans l'entreprise Human Forge, je veux prendre le temps de te connaître un peu. Puis là, on est assis depuis tantôt, on jase avant que le podcast commence, puis je me retenais de poser des questions parce que je me disais, je vais avoir la substance, mais elle ne sera pas capturée pour les gens qui nous écoutent. D'où viens-tu? Donne-moi un petit peu on parlait d'anglicisme, là. Donne-moi ton background un peu ou ta feuille de route.
Ma feuille de route.
Oui, exactement.
Bah déjà, je suis ravi d'être ici, c'est super. Vous avez une super dynamique, vous mettez un élan dans l'excellence opérationnelle et puis dans votre sujet, c'est top. Enfin, vraiment, vous donnez un bel exemple pour les autres. C'est vraiment génial. Écoute, nous, on est une entreprise française, comme tu l'as dit. D'origine normande, alors en plus la Normandie avec le Canada et le Québec, surtout le Québec, il y a une vraie histoire, c'est vraiment génial. Et voilà, donc mon background, en fait, comme tu dis, moi, dans ma vie passée, il y a une dizaine d'années, moi, je réorganisais des usines.
OK.
J'allais sur le terrain et en fait, je remettais du jeu collectif dans des endroits où les gens n'arrivaient plus à travailler ensemble. Après, toi, j'ai arrivé quand c'était fichu, en fait. C'est un peu ça.
Quand il y avait de l'incohérence un peu, il manquait de sens dans ce qu'on faisait, de continuité.
Les gens, ils avaient envie, mais ils ne savaient plus comment faire, en fait. Et il y avait eu des outils qui avaient été mis en place, ça ne marchait pas. Des fois, il fallait tout débrancher, en fait, tu vois. Et donc, j'ai mis ça en place et j'ai aidé les équipes en utilisant les standards de l'excellence opérationnelle, les outils classiques qu'on connaît quand on est dans ce métier-là.
Lean management.
Du lean management, dans le bon sens du terme, en utilisant pas du dog, mais justement en faisant attention au territoire, aux humains, aux gens qui travaillent ensemble. Et voilà, donc j'ai développé toutes ces méthodes et je les ai mises en application. On a eu super succès. Et puis il y a 10 ans, je me suis dit, bon ok, c'est super, tu t'amuses bien, t'es pas chez toi pendant 200 jours.
Exactement. Pendant qu'on bâtit une petite famille.
Ouais. Et puis je me suis dit, bah écoute, tes outils là, la manière dont tu procèdes, il faudrait que tu la mettes autrement. Alors il y a 10 ans, le digital est en train de venir. Et puis c'est vrai qu'un jour dans une usine, j'ai eu un opérateur, il me dit, tes post-it au mur c'est bien, mais quand est-ce que tu...
Parce que quand vous travailliez comme ça, c'était encore là, dans les bonnes vieilles rencontres.
Ouais.
Là, on se levait avec un post-it au mur.
Exact. On mettait les post-it au mur et on expliquait, on remettait du sens. Et des fois, parfois même, on débranchait les ERP parce que ça ne marchait pas. Enfin,
oui.
Et j'ai un gars, il me dit, mais quand est-ce que tu passes au logiciel? Je le regarde, je lui dis, t'inquiète, ça va venir.
Ça, c'était un des éléments déclencheurs qui il faut faire quelque chose par rapport à ça.
C'est ça. Et puis, on a eu la chance, après, de rencontrer des bonnes personnes et un pôle de compétitivité. Et puis on a eu des grands comptes qui nous ont dit, on veut faire du daily meeting. Donc, en français, on dit animation à intervalles courts.
C'est parfait.
Et voilà, on a créé ce premier soft. Et donc, Human Forge, c'est une suite d'applications dédiées au management opérationnel, avec plusieurs logiciels dédiés au management.
Oui.
Et donc, ce premier outil, cette première application, on a intégré de l'humain dedans. C'est ce qui fait vraiment être différenciant chez nous, c'est focus sur l'humain et les outils au service des équipes qui sont sur le terrain. Voilà, c'est ça.
Puis peut-être pour le démocratiser un peu, là, me le rendre accessible. Tu sais, nous, des fois, on parle d'un daily management system.
Oui.
On a ces anglicismes-là qu'on utilise beaucoup, là, c'est certain. Peut-être d'expliquer juste quelle est la raison d'être de ces outils-là. À quoi ça sert? Comment est-ce que ça permet de créer de la valeur dans une usine, d'utiliser ces méthodes-là, puis d'autant plus de manière digitalisée? Qu'est-ce que ça apporte à une usine de mettre ces façons d'opérer en place?
En fait, ces outils permettent de structurer une organisation, on parle de synchronisation, on parle même de soutien les uns envers les autres. En fait, c'est comment un groupe de personnes qui travaillent ensemble vont pouvoir faire focus sur leurs objectifs communs et pouvoir s'organiser avec des outils qui doivent être au service et qui doivent leur faire gagner du temps, qui ne doivent pas être pénibles, qui ne doivent pas faire perdre de l'information. Il ne faut pas qu'ils cherchent, il ne faut pas qu'ils recommencent.
Fait que c'est un peu pour orchestrer le travail de tous et chacun.
C'est ça.
Pour optimiser, puis que des fois, 1 + 1, ça égale 3. Quand les deux, travaillent bien ensemble, ça, c'est possible. Là.
Et il y a des méthodes. Il y a 50 ans de littérature sur des méthodes. On parlait du delimiting, il y a 50 ans de littérature. Les audits Kamishiba, il y a 50 ans. La résolution de problèmes, c'est pareil. Donc, on n'a pas à réinventer les nouveaux outils, il ne fallait pas.
C'est le Toyota Way, duquel on s'inspire depuis 40 ans environ.
Exactement. Et les industriels qui ont déjà mis en place ces systèmes-là avec du papier, avec des Excel, des feuilles Excel, eh bien, ont déjà ces attentes, ont déjà ces référentiels. Et là, on leur a amené une autre dimension. On leur amène la dimension logicielle, mais pas uniquement la dimension logicielle. On fait 2 promesses. On leur dit, voilà, on va mettre de l'humain dans ces logiciels pour que vos équipes soient dans l'acceptance. Et en fait, vous allez voir, on fait, comme tu dis, 1 + 1 = 3. Et puis après, la data. C'est-à-dire qu'au lieu d'avoir des informations dans des feuilles Excel, dans des logiciels séparés...
Inaccessible.
C'est inaccessible, c'est inexploitable. Aujourd'hui, l'ensemble est fusionné, est intégré dans Human Forge. Et là, ce qu'on appelle les données événementielles, donc c'est les décisions, c'est les audits, c'est des résolutions de problèmes, c'est les photos. Tout ça, finalement, ça devient disponible pour mettre de l'intelligence. Et là, on passe à une autre dimension. C'est-à-dire qu'en un seul coup, on a réussi à élever une organisation, élever les équipes, et on apporte la data pour passer le pas sur les prochaines années, en fait. Voilà.
Et puis, c'est certain que pour assurer la pérennité des opérations d'une entreprise, le fait d'avoir son histoire, d'avoir le contexte, de comprendre. Tu sais, souvent, j'ai assisté à des rencontres d'amélioration continue.
Oui.
Puis quand on se demande sur quoi il faut travailler, ben il y a tel problème. Puis pourquoi ça arrive? Ben ce qu'on se rappelle, c'est la fois qui arrive une fois par année que la machine a coulé l'huile.
C'est ça.
Fait que là, il faut travailler pour que la machine coule l'huile, tandis que ça arrive une fois par année. Mais le vrai problème, il est là-bas. Ouais. Mais si on ne l'a pas dans la data pour savoir nos root cause analysis, c'est lesquelles les plus fréquentes, puis regroupées par cause de manière structurée, c'est extrêmement difficile de travailler sur les bons problèmes puis d'avoir une continuité. Qui sont vos clients habituels, spécifiques?
Alors, nous, on a commencé avec l'automobile.
OK.
L'automobile, ils sont...
Tiers 3, 2, 1?
Niveau 1, enfin, des compagnies avec plusieurs centaines de sites. OK. Et ces gens-là sont hyper exigeants sur les méthodes.
Absolument.
Et comme ils ont vu que nos outils correspondaient à la méthode et que c'était facile à déployer, parce qu'en fait, il y a un point qui est essentiel, l'accessibilité, l'intuitivité des outils. On ne doit perdre personne. C'est-à-dire qu'aujourd'hui, un outil que vous ouvrez, si vous faites une démarche mentale de 2 heures pour comprendre comment ça fonctionne, vous avez perdu les gens. Ouais, voilà. Et donc, les outils doivent être ultra simples. S'ils sont simples, c'est-à-dire qu'on a bien touché. En fait. Voilà. Donc en fait, on a réussi à proposer nos outils un par un, et nos outils se sont déployés chez les grands industriels. Il y en a ici au salon, ils sont ici. Voilà.
Qui utilisent l'outil à chaque jour sur le plancher de production.
Tous les jours.
Le système de gestion de ces planchers de production-là est supporté par la technologie. Ça fait combien de temps que vous avez fondé l'entreprise?
Alors, on a fondé l'entreprise en 2017.
OK.
Ouais, et on a déjà des logiciels qui ont 7 ans d'existence. Donc, il y a toute une maturité. Hein. Et moi, j'ai des clients que j'ai depuis... je ne perds pas mes clients, en fait. Mes clients, malheureusement, ceux que j'ai perdus, c'est ceux qui ont fermé. Mais autrement, les autres...
Ça, ouais.
Ça fait toujours mal au cœur. Mais,
ça, c'est meilleur indicateur de performance.
Ouais, c'est ça. J'ai un de mes associés qui me dit, mais tu as un indicateur. Comment tu sais que tu es bon? Je dis, moi, tu sais... J'ai un taux de renouvellement qui est supérieur à 95%. Ah, OK.
J'adore ça. Christophe, les gens qui nous écoutent au Québec à l'heure actuelle, parce qu'on est surtout écoutés un peu partout au Canada, majoritairement au Québec, honnêtement, mais on espère le rest of Canada will be listening to us very, very, very shortly, much more. Comment est-ce qu'on fait pour voir ton produit, te rencontrer? Là, on a eu l'opportunité, nous, on a pris la décision de venir au Hannover Mess.
Oui.
Fait qu'on t'a rencontré, vous étiez le kiosque juste à côté, mais n'importe quelle usine québécoise qui struggle ou qui a de la misère avec ses post-it, sa continuité dans le management, l'amélioration, comment est-ce qu'on peut rentrer en contact avec Human Forge pour voir le produit?
Alors, évidemment, on peut aller nous voir sur le site Internet, mais après, nous, ce qu'on souhaite faire aussi, c'est avoir des partenariats solides dans les pays, parce qu'on pense que c'est important que, par exemple, le Québec...
C'est culturel, souvent.
Le Québec a besoin d'avoir un interlocuteur qui les connaît. Et cet interlocuteur-là est la caution. C'est-à-dire que lui, il sait que le produit, il est top. Ouais. Et à partir de là, il y a la confiance.
C'est comme un saut de certification sur une bouteille de vin, rendu là.
Moi, j'ai une devise, en fait, c'est dormir sur ses 2 oreilles. C'est-à-dire que ce que je t'amène, toi, tu vas être tranquille, il va super bien fonctionner. Et mes clients, c'est pareil. En fait. Voilà.
C'est tellement vrai, là, puis c'est drôle, là, je pense que c'est 6 mois environ, je jasais avec un de mes clients, puis j'aime toujours lui demander à la fin des mandats, tu sais, pourquoi est-ce que tu nous as choisis? Puis qu'est-ce qu'on t'a apporté dans le mandat? Parce qu'on est plus du côté consultation, on n'est pas éditeur de logiciels. Puis j'ai trouvé ça beau, puis c'est quelqu'un qui venait de la France, justement, puis il m'a dit ce que ça l'a apporté, entre autres, c'est de la quiétude. J'ai pu dormir la nuit sur mes 2 oreilles parce que j'étais pas stressé là, de où est-ce qu'on s'en allait. Fait que c'est génial. Est-ce qu'il y a des réseaux de revendeurs à l'heure actuelle au Canada, en Amérique du Nord, ou vous êtes très concentré Europe à l'heure actuelle?
Non, en fait aujourd'hui, on est à cette étape-là. C'est-à-dire que ce que l'on a fait, c'est qu'on a développé les outils, on leur a donné une notoriété, succès, structurer l'ensemble, et maintenant on est à l'étape de déploiement avec des communautés de revendeurs sur des territoires. Voilà. Et c'est maintenant l'opportunité en fait de pouvoir trouver les bons partenaires, parce que nous on veut pas forcément être partout, mais on veut apporter nos solutions et générer un réseau fort en fait.
C'était une des intentions de venir au salon, hein?
Bien sûr.
De trouver ça.
Bien sûr.
J'ai une question, je fais un aparté, j'y reviens.
Oui.
Vous êtes quelqu'un dans la technologie, vous travaillez dans la productivité des usines, des bonnes façons de faire et tout. Est-ce que c'est votre... Est-ce qu'on peut se tutoyer?
Ah, j'espère.
OK, c'est beau. Je ne sais pas pourquoi je suis parti, Christophe. Christophe,
oui.
Quelles sont les grandes tendances que vous avez vues dans le salon ici? Tu sais, c'est pas tous les manufacturiers, les gens qu'on connaît qui ont pris l'opportunité de venir ici, de prendre une semaine complète, venir s'inspirer. Qu'est-ce que vous avez vu? C'est quoi les grandes thématiques? Qu'est-ce que vous ressortez? Qu'est-ce que tu ressors du salon, là?
En fait, l'an passé, on est venu, il y avait un mot l'an passé, c'était sustainable.
Oui, durabilité.
Ah, la durabilité,
Absolument, partout.
Aujourd'hui, c'est IA. OK. Le mot, je fais le pari que le mot, enfin, en tout cas, l'intention de la prochaine, ça sera l'humain. Aujourd'hui, on est en train de s'apercevoir que, OK, l'IA, c'est génial. Enfin, je veux dire, c'est comme l'électricité, l'IA. C'est juste une fonction, enfin, c'est un vecteur.
Ça va devenir un jour une commodité, je pense.
En fait, c'est des fonctions portées par... C'est tout. Okay. Mais de toute façon, tout ça, c'est au service de l'humain. Et à un moment, il va falloir qu'on recentre l'ensemble. C'est ça qui est... Et je pense que j'espère l'année prochaine, mais au plus tard, dans quelques années, de toute façon, l'humain sera au cœur des intentions, au cœur de l'industrie, puisque de toute façon, sans nous, sans les humains,
absolument.
Les machines, OK, il faut des machines, il faut du service, il faut des...
Mais au service de quoi?
Mais à nous, c'est nous les clients finaux, en fait, c'est ça le truc.
Fait que je fais du pont sur ça, Christophe. Lorsque vous avez édité le logiciel, est-ce que vous l'avez considéré, l'humain, justement?
En fait, on a des fonctions intégrées, spéciales. On a des briques qui...
Il y a eu des user leaders qui ont donné du feedback, avec qui vous avez travaillé. Il y avait de l'expérience de gens qui ont vécu des frustrations pour adresser ces...
Oui, on a même refusé de faire des fonctions qui risquaient de dégrader, en fait, l'humain.
OK.
Donc, en fait, le focus, c'est comment arriver, justement, à élever une relation humaine. Et, en fait, on a développé des fonctions internes, afin que les utilisateurs ne voient pas. Mais, en fait, on les met dans une posture de fonctionnement qui élève la relation. Après, je peux donner des exemples, mais après, c'est un peu technique. Mais par contre, il y a des fonctions qu'on a refusées, quoi. Parce que, justement, c'était en contradiction
avec les valeurs.
Avec les valeurs, mais surtout avec à qui on s'adresse. Nous, ce qu'on veut, c'est élever les équipes, pouvoir préserver, pouvoir fonctionner, en fait, ensemble. Et c'est ça qui est essentiel, parce que finalement, les gens, ils vont se mettre en acceptance et ils vont s'élever. Enfin, c'est vraiment...
Absolument,
c'est essentiel. C'est essentiel.
C'est essentiel. C'est vers les nouvelles tendances, parce qu'on a pris le pari que la thématique, peut-être l'année prochaine, ça va être ça. Question peut-être plus pragmatique. En combien de temps est-ce qu'on peut déployer une telle solution puis réellement commencer à avoir un gain au niveau de nos opérations? C'est très culturel dans l'entreprise,
très culturel.
Je comprends, mais tu sais, c'est un étendu, un range.
Oui. En fait, nous, c'est vrai qu'on a tendance aujourd'hui à s'adresser à des entreprises, compagnies qui ont déjà une culture.
Oui.
Ils ont déjà fait des post-it papier, par exemple. Le switch, c'est immédiat.
C'est immédiat, ça veut dire quoi, c'est immédiat?
On installe, on montre, en une semaine, ça y est.
En une semaine? Quelqu'un qui a les bons comportements de gestion.
Oui, là, il démarre, c'est immédiat. Et moi, je le vois, mes clients qui démarrent soit sur Flash Meeting ou sur Kamishibai, qui a un système pour faire des audits, des checks. C'est plus des checks, en fait. Je vois le démarrage en 2 semaines, 3 semaines, tout le monde participe.
C'est cool.
Alors,
ça peut être très rapide quand même.
ça peut être hyper rapide.
Puis l'adoption, il va...
Mais après, nous, on leur donne le potentiel. Donc, dans du MathForge, il y a un ensemble, il y a une suite. C'est un peu comme la suite Office. Vous avez tous les outils, vous n'êtes pas obligé de tout prendre ou de tout utiliser.
On prend les apps qu'on veut, les modules.
Mais tout est là, tout est là. Vous savez que vous avez le potentiel. Si vous n'êtes pas prêt encore pour faire de la résolution de problèmes, parce que ça nécessite un peu plus de technique, vous démarrez par du delimiting, vous démarrez et à un moment, vous allez passer à une autre dimension. Mais vous savez que tout est là, et c'est-à-dire que passer d'un outil à l'autre, en plus les outils dialoguent entre eux, c'est-à-dire que vous augmentez la capitalisation de la data.
Qui est essentiel pour notre productivité, l'avenir de demain. Moi, j'appelle ça l'or blanc.
Et nous, on a l'hébergement des données de nos clients, c'est un focus. Mais pour nous, c'est hyper important.
Super bonne question, pour vrai. Est-ce que les données sur votre... C'est un SaaS?
Oui.
Est-ce qu'ils peuvent être hébergés au Canada?
Oui.
Wow, OK.
En fait, on respecte la culture de nos clients. Nous, en France, comment on fait? On dit, voilà, nous, les données vont être hébergées chez cet hébergeur-là.
Oui.
Et puis, chez un autre hébergeur à 500 km, on ne sait jamais. Et puis, encore dans un autre endroit, où on ne dit pas où, sur un disque dur, sauvé. C'est vos données. Voilà. Après, j'ai des clients qui veulent on-premise, qui veulent chez eux. On fait aussi.
OK, fait que c'est quand même hybride, flexible, possible.
On fait.
J'aime ça. Autre question pour toi, Christophe. Tu sais, on parle de technologie.
Oui.
On parle de la tendance du salon cette année, puis là, tu viens de prendre un pari pour l'année prochaine.
Oui.
Moi, mon thème, je suis d'accord avec toi. Je pense que ça va être la souveraineté, un des termes qui va être encore
C'est
plus
vrai,
fort.
c'est vrai, on en parle aussi,
prochaine.
ça. Oui, tout à fait.
La souveraineté, la souveraineté de l'IA, la souveraineté, il y a un excellent...
Même de la communauté aussi.
Absolument. Moi, c'est mon side bet avec le côté humain. On verra l'année prochaine, je vais revenir. Moi, c'est ma deuxième année.
On reviendra, on sera là ensemble l'année prochaine.
On se revoit l'année prochaine.
On est en train de regarder pour avoir un super stand par là-bas, ça va être top.
J'adore ça, mais tu me sembles être un passionné, quelqu'un qui a beaucoup d'énergie. J'aimerais ça savoir, Christophe, si on avait l'opportunité, là, en un claquement de doigts, de faire apparaître qui on veut, n'importe où dans le monde, sur la chaise qui est là. On lui donne un micro, puis on peut poursuivre la discussion qu'on a présentement sur la productivité des usines, la transformation numérique, les prochaines tendances. Qui on invite? C'est pas quelqu'un que tu es obligé de connaître. Ça peut être n'importe qui. Ça peut être un client, ça peut être un conférencier, ça peut être un philosophe, ça peut être un joueur de rugby.
Ouais.
Qui on invite?
Oh là, c'est vraiment une question difficile là, que tu me poses. Là.
T'as osé venir, hein, Christophe. Je l'avais dit. Là.
Ça peut être... les sportifs, ça peut être intéressant, mais... tu me poses une vraie colle, en fait. J'aimerais bien... après, les politiques, c'est compliqué, mais... J'aimerais bien inviter un politique, mais qui a une autre posture, qui se positionne en disant OK, on a des territoires, on va les élever. Ça peut être quelqu'un qui se mouille différemment, toi.
OK.
C'est peut-être pas un politique encore arrivé, mais ça peut être un politique.
Quelqu'un, là, ça c'est un personnage à venir.
Un personnage qui a une vision. Ou qui a eu une vision, mais en tout cas qui est capable de... un politique, ça pourrait être intéressant, mais pas un politique pour être élu. Tu vois, le gars, il vient pour compléter une vision sociétale, en fait.
Est-ce que vous avez le nom d'une personne qui peut-être n'est pas en politique présentement, mais qui devrait
non, pas
l'être?
politique, non, mais... Moi, ce que j'ai adoré ici, quand on voit la puissance du Canada, vous avez investi dans des surfaces énormes, des salons, vous êtes venus à plus d'une centaine. Il y a une véritable volonté. Et ça, pour un pays, c'est énorme. Une volonté politique, c'est énorme. C'est ça que je veux dire.
You go big or you go home. Fait que si on vient, on le fait pour vrai. C'était une semaine incroyable. On pourrait être extrêmement bien organisé. Mais ce personnage fictif qu'on pourrait appeler John Doe, je vais être fin. Je vais arrêter d'insister là, parce que je travaillais au corps pour avoir le nom de quelqu'un. Si on a ce John Doe-là, qui est un néopoliticien des temps modernes, qui veut remettre le territoire, l'unicité dans le pays et autres, quelle question est-ce qu'on lui pose à cet individu-là pour générer plus de valeur pour l'industrie, pour les manufacturiers? Quelle question est-ce qu'on pourrait lui poser?
En fait, c'est comment il intègre... Aujourd'hui, il y a plusieurs choses dans l'industrie. Il y a des volontés écologiques.
Oui.
Avec un petit peu de dogme aussi, c'est pas grave. il y a des nécessités. Parce qu'entre la volonté et la nécessité,
Oui.
c'est des choses différentes. Hein.
Il y a des besoins de base, nécessités.
Ouais, ouais, ouais. Il y a des communautés de gens qui travaillent aussi. Et cet homme-là, c'est comment il va réussir en fait à intégrer l'écologie, le respect de notre environnement, le climat et l'industrie et valoriser l'humain. Alors c'est vraiment c'est une équation complexe.
Absolument. C'est une jonglerie intellectuelle.
Mais surtout pas de dogme en fait, parce que je vois partout le dogme en fait, ça dégrade tout. Le dogme, on dit si on veut que des voitures électriques, on sait pas. Techniquement, on sait pas faire. Je suis pas spécialiste dans les mines, mais je sais qu'il y a entendu des chiffres de dingue où il faudrait ressortir autant de minerais qu'on a ressorti depuis le début de l'humanité dans les 30 premières années. Enfin, c'est un truc de folie, quoi.
Absolument.
Donc, en fait, c'est comment on arrive à trouver un
équilibre,
qui permet de dire OK, électrique, c'est bien. Thermique, il va falloir encore un peu. Et comment finalement...
C'est la bonne énergie au bon moment pour la bonne application.
Comment on s'organise tous ensemble sur nos territoires. Parce que je pense qu'on a des territoires avec des volontés différentes aussi.
Oui.
Et chacun veut produire chez lui et il faut faire...
on a des ressources différentes, on a des volontés différentes.
Des esprits différents,
Absolument.
des structures différents. Et voilà. Alors,
tu vois, Christophe, moi je crois que la richesse réside dans la diversité.
Complètement.
Fait que c'est essentiel. Ce politicien, s'il arrive en France et on se revoit, tu me le présenteras.
Je ne le connais pas encore. Je connais pas encore.
Je sais, mais si un jour il se présente, là, j'en ai une dernière pour toi parce que j'aime ça travailler au corps jusqu'à la fin.
Vas-y.
C'est ma question d'inspecteur de police.
Aïe.
Qu'est-ce que je sais pas que je devrais savoir?
Qu'est-ce que tu sais pas que tu devrais savoir?
Quelle question j'ai pas encore posée? Quelle perspective j'ai pas encore essayé d'exploiter que j'aurais dû? Est-ce qu'il y a quelque chose au sujet de Human Forge que j'ai pas encore assez travaillé?
Le nom Human Forge, en fait, il est basé sur la solidité. Sur la forge, c'est la genèse de l'industrie, tu vois. C'est la base.
On était forgerons, là.
C'est ça. Et forcément, tu as pigé avec l'humain aussi, c'est important. Et en fait, nous, on est vraiment positionnés sur ça. C'est-à-dire que j'insiste vraiment là-dessus, mais sans l'humain, aujourd'hui et demain, même avec l'IA, on est mort.
C'est dans l'intérêt de la société, là. C'est l'industrie, là, au service.
C'est ça. Et donc, écoute, moi je trouve qu'on a parlé de l'humain, on a parlé de la technologie, on a parlé un petit peu du système, sans le détail, parce qu'après, il faut en parler un peu dans le fond.
Les valeurs de ton entreprise aussi,
les valeurs, c'est essentiel. Maintenant, c'est ensemble, on peut faire des choses extraordinaires. Voilà. Et c'est peut-être ça qu'on pourra parler après, peut-être un peu aussi dans un autre chapitre.
Ça va me faire plaisir. Dans le fait, si tu me dis qu'on a fait un beau tour de roue, ce que j'entends par là, c'est qu'on a fait un beau travail. Merci beaucoup, Christophe.
Ravi de vous avoir tous rencontrés. La chaise bleue, vraiment génial. Super.
Ça me fait plaisir. Bon salon.
Merci
Bye.
beaucoup.
Test, 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 test. Test, test.
Test, test.
I don't know about ready, but we'll see. Okay, so you're a natural. You're a natural. Let me start off. Yeah, it's going to take 2 or 3 rehearsals, but we'll get there. You go for it. Okay. All right.
Hey everybody, welcome to Hannover Messe 2025. This is ThreatIQ and we're here with NTT Data today, our partner. We're very excited to be here. This is a German conference, but also worldwide, specifically hosted by Canada this year, one of the oldest international conferences that have been going on since about 1947. And we're here to talk about OT security, how we can help our customers, also NTT Data as well, how we can partner with them and their global great capabilities. Denis, you want to just speak about why you're here and what you're seeing in the show?
Stu, thank you so much. First of all, terrific partnership and alliance that we formed. We really complement each other with the synergies that we offer. So, you know, ThreatIQ, if I could speak for you for just a quick second, terrific high skills for IT, OT, cybersecurity. And from an NTT Data perspective, we have secure operation centers around the world. We also have complete end-to-end services. And what I love about ThreatIQ is that they have great talent locally in Canada, and I think it's very complementary to help NTT scale. But in terms of being here, it's amazing. There's 510 Canadian businesses. There's terrific partnerships and alliances. And we're actually here on a few areas and partnerships across the whole event. Stu, what's the one thing that you're hearing from customers when you presented about AI and cybersecurity that's on top of mind?
They were definitely not aware necessarily of the cyber risks within AI, and a lot of people thought that AI was more, from a security perspective, applicable on the IT security versus the OT security, but this is a really big growing area of concern on learning how to protect our customers, be focused on safety as well as availability. And so we had a couple of really good sessions talking about that with our customers. We've also had a ton of customers come by our booth. They were very interested in cybersecurity. Not a lot of people that are in this space doing industrial cybersecurity. And that's definitely our area of focus and working with NTT Data as well.
Excellent. I'm thrilled about our partnership, thrilled to be here. I didn't know what to expect, but I'm absolutely excited about the fact that there's so much interest. I know we've received about 167 leads in our Microsoft booth, And within Thread IQ, I don't know, how many leads do you think you've got from this event?
Got to be at least 100. It's just amazing. And we just, we never thought that we would have this many relationships around the world, and this has really opened up a lot of doors for us. And thanks to NGen, of course, for arranging this. It really helped us out for a Canadian company to expand into a global market.
Excellent. Thank you so much. We appreciate you guys inviting us here today.
And great being here with you guys as well. Thank you.
Not bad. We got our messages out there, talked about. I think we're good.
We can also reduce the time too if we have to.
Yeah, I think it was a little long. That's why I was trying to find a way to end it. I'll just go tell them. No, they don't work.
Test, 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 test. It does work.
Test, 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 test.
Test, test.
Check, check. Okay, now we're going again. We're gonna do another one for fun. Use my phone. He's gonna get his. Want a videotape me?
Or what?
You guys doing that? Canadian guys, two guys, it's like, hey, beer, eh? Yeah, beer, eh? It's comedians, like, what?
Oh, you're talking about Mike Myers.
Bob and Doug.
Yeah.
Yeah, nice beer, eh?
Oh, nice beer, eh?
Yeah, right, eh?
That's what we'll do at the end. You know what? It's a good way to end it.
Yeah, do that, guys.
Yeah.
Nice beer, eh?
Nice beer, eh?
Nice German
What else
beer.
can we say? Yeah, I don't think I'll be sending that on.
Can't do it. That was close. I think you guys were off a little bit. Is that not it? What's the second part? I'm sorry. Is there another part? Is it coo? Is it Lou? They improvised that in the studio, didn't they? Yeah. 1, 2, 3. I can assume it goes like.
A, O. How do we do it? Okay. Ready? I don't have a mic.
Scott's joining us too.
Hello, check, check. Oh.
Hello, hello, hello.
Let's leave our beers here like this.
Yeah.
Right? Now we'll videotape. Ready? Day 5. Here we are. What a great event that we just had. How would you describe the 5-day journey in Germany?
How would I describe
The day 5 journey. So what would your... We need him off stage.
I'll tell you how I would describe it.
Oh my God, Nano.
He's in. Hey, good day.
Okay. Do you want to join in or no?
No. You guys go ahead.
Okay.
Finally. Okay. One sec. Let me throw this back here.
So we have to express that we learned some words in German. So I've got...
Auf Wiedersehen.
Oh gosh. I got, hold on, I got to see my little...
Test, test, test.
Iche mochte bestellen. I got it.
Okay.
Day 5. Who would have thought we would have had a full week here in Germany representing Canada? Very excited for terrific week that we had, Stu. I learned a couple of words in German, and I'd like you to share if you learned any yourself. So certainly being in a position to order something at a restaurant, you would say, Ich möchte bestellen. Okay, that means I would like to order something. And then when you want to say thank you, you say danke. How about yourself?
I would say danke, but danke schön.
Oh, always another level. So Threat IQ did a terrific presentation not an hour ago by Jonathan. Really detailed presentation. What did you think of it?
I thought it was excellent. I thought that it shows our experience within OT environments, challenges we have with doing asset discovery, finding vulnerabilities, how we help our customers to secure themselves, common pitfalls, and ways of remediating potential threats within your environment.
And then also, I want to admit, since it's day 5, day 1 was a bit slow. People were arriving. Day 2, 3, and 4, unbelievable. how many bags did you give up? Thread IQ bags with your portfolio inside. How many did you give out?
I would say easily probably a couple hundred.
Couple hundred.
Oh, it was amazing. I mean, the people were just coming by and they said, "Are you interested in cybersecurity?" A couple of them said, "We work with cybersecurity, but I don't really want to work with cybersecurity." And then they kept on walking. Other people came by and said, "Hey, we're actually really interested in cybersecurity," and said, "Hey, come on over to our booth and we'll tell you about what we do." We gave them a bag, we exchanged information, and partnered with a few of the customers as well and found some new business opportunities. It was amazing.
And what I enjoyed was the fact that they loved the partnership with NTT Data, you know, being the ability to go end to end and partnering with Threat IQ. You know, over the course of the 5 days, we had a lot of interesting conversations. Let's talk about some of the countries that we met.
We met a ton of different countries, everything from South America, Brazil. We met with people from the Netherlands, met with people from Belgium, obviously a ton of people from Germany. We met actually a couple from the Middle East, but most I would say were from Europe. And then, of course, fellow Canadians that are also here as well, because Canada is sponsoring the 2025 Hannover Messe event, which is the largest industrial event in the world, about 27 buildings, 130,000 people. It's overwhelming. It's incredible the amount of vendors that are here. It's just really a fantastic place.
Day 3 was an exceptional day for me. I was able to walk over to the Microsoft shop, and their booth had NTT Data. And within NTT Data, inside the Microsoft booth, we were demonstrating AI development for a specific manufacturing company. And what was interesting was the AI exercise was able to help them understand RFP requirements in terms of delivering a product. So for manufacturers, as you know, it's really complex. Every customer is different. Being able to understand those requirements and then produce a proposal, we were able to accelerate that, reducing all the number of engineers that typically go through those level of scrutiny to build a proposal. And so also we were able to kind of recommend within the AI as to whether that would be a good fit for their business. So that was an exciting. And then our 5G team within Tulip, we have a very specific 5G offering. A piece of R&D that we developed that Tulip would take advantage for all their manufacturing customers. So we were in their booth as well. So we were within the cybersecurity, we were in Tulip, we were in Microsoft. It was just a terrific event overall.
It was great for us as well because we got to meet a lot of OT IDS vendors. We could ask some technical questions, talk about some of the challenges, and we were actually even able to talk to a couple of the vendors who dealt with improved product improvement. And we were able to tell them some of the challenges that we see using their products at our customers. And we're actually going to get a workaround for one of our customers, and we wouldn't have been able to do that had we not met people in person. It was just so much better to do that. And so just unexpected things that you see when you start to go around and talk to different people and how you can leverage them to better improve your overall service delivery and improve what you do for customers.
So here we are at the end of a long week. It's probably our opportunity to do a quick toast. What do you think? And there's like some magic word that you always use whenever we do a toast. So tell me the process.
And that is actually the other German word that I learned that we'll be using at the very end. But so in I guess North American culture, we actually tip like this because we want to show that no poison is on the bottle, that it's not being transferred, that we trust each other when we drink. And the German way to actually do it is from the bottom, and we do that because
we don't want to spill any poison into someone else's drink. There was a second reason.
Second reason was for breakage.
Breakage.
You don't actually break the actual bottles as well because they use
because it's thinner up top, thicker on the bottom.
Yeah.
So a nice little Prost drink. Cheers.
See you in 2026.
Okay, we'll do something. Let's do something. So, because she's going to edit it anyways,
so
right?
We'll do Prost again, and then we'll say, okay. Yep.
So, Stuart, day 5, end of a long week, very exciting week. So many different leads, so much new network, partnership, alliance opportunities. Let's do a toast. We're going to do, what is it called again?
It's called Prost. Prost. And here's to seeing you next year, Hannover Messe 2026.
Thread IQ will be here live 2026.
That's a wrap.
She could edit it.
If you ask any girl from the parish around what pleases her most from her head to her toes, she'll say, I'm not sure that it's business of yours, but I do like to waltz with the log driver, for he goes whirling down and down Whitewater. That's where the log driver learns to step lightly. He's whirling down and down Whitewater. A log driver's waltz pleases girls completely. When the drive's nearly over,